dropped that, but it's still.
All right, Thames, good morning. Thames County Commissioner Court come to order. This is a regular meeting of the Commissioner's Court on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024, 9:30 a.m. County Courtroom, Anahuac, Texas. It's now 9:32 a.m. We'll all rise. Bobby Howard, lead us, please.
We lost one of our citizens last week, Duke Coates. Cut up some trees. All be careful on that thing. Lord, we thank you for the day. Carry on with it. Lord, just let us gonna be.
Amen.
Amen.
Going to some pledges. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag, pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. All right, no citizens' comments. 2.1, discuss, consider approving a resolution authorizing publication of notice of intention to issue certificates of obligation. Aaron, will you give us a rundown on that, please?
Yes, sir. Apologize, I didn't get the kind of breakdown packet. Right, you know, we had some computer issues. It was a little mess. And so, basically, what this provides is $55.6 million in COs. You see the breakout in your long sheet here. This was on last court. The only changes from last court was we put a sheriff's office firing range in the CO. West side parking lot. Project Hazel Court. It didn't change the overall amount, but about $56 million. And so this breakdown here from Capital Advisors here, you can see on the first page here that we're looking at about 2.5% increase on our INS rate. And so just comparing from last year, you know, with values going up, and we got values in yesterday. Certified values yesterday.
And everybody got a copy of that.
It's going from 15.9 billion to 17.7 billion, so about 1.8 billion. So we're definitely expecting to see a tax rate decrease. Option 2 just shows, you know, deferred principal. You know, if you do go ahead and issue this, let's go do first option 1. You know, it's more cheaper than the second option. And if y'all approve it today, you know, this will start. We'll have to run it, the notice in the paper, on the website. It starts a 45-day notice for anybody to sign a petition to, you know, stop the CO if they don't shoot. That's all I'll really got here. Any questions from me?
So, question, what is our debt capacity with our values?
Yes, sir. So to figure out your debt capacity, it's 25% of your certified values. So for last year, you know, we're at 15 billion. I think our debt's about 130, so that's about a little over 2% of our debt capacity. So you could actually issue about $4 billion. But you know, I know that's not going to be it. Yeah. I hope we don't do that. But, and with their,
bridge somewhere.
and with their values going up, you know, the capacity goes up too with it, so. I think if you, this plus the increase, you're probably gonna still get.
We're doing all of this here to issue this CO without raising taxes. We're still gonna cut taxes.
Yeah, I mean, that was the goal for last year as well, when y'all issued, debt, was to, you know, keep taxes either the same or lower, you know, and, we were actually dropping down about the number, you know, with this, you're probably gonna drop down, you know, kind of conservatively about 2 cents, you know, without seeing all the tax rate numbers.
So I haven't looked at our 10-year financial plan in a while, but I know we were planning to build the Justice Center and use M&O. And then, all our capital projects were gonna be,
Yeah, I think what was
See,
kind of, was shown on that, financial plan was, because, you know, your Justice Center couldn't be paid on your interest and sinking side, it had to be paid under M&O. The idea was to transfer a lot of your capital into your, because, you know, with the center, it's a pretty big payment for a few years, and we're not gonna be able to really have much wiggle room on capital project without dipping into your fund balance, which you usually don't wanna do. So the idea was to issue debt for at least a get to a point where, you know, we're not having a big
so, over half of these projects are infrastructure projects, roads, drainage, you know, and we are one of the top 10 fastest growing counties in the nation. So if we're gonna keep up with that growth, we have to do these infrastructure projects, these quality of life projects, and the other things that we're doing in this, you know.
And just to kind of go back on the CEO again, you know, on this proposal, it's a lot of the money gets front loaded, so you got, you know, different lifespans on the assets. So you got, you know, $1 million in the 5-year range. The 10-year range, you get about 7, you know, 4 to 20, 15, the big 30-year range.
Chambers Parkway, that's a big chunk of it.
Yeah,
That's right, 30 million right there.
and that's another east-west corridor on the west side of the county.
Absolutely, for sure.
Badly. All right, questions?
Appreciate number was there, 2.5.
Yes, sir. 258. So your rate will go from 50 cents to about 7 cents. That's right.
50 cents a liter.
It goes from 50 cents to about 70 cents.
And then we'll still cut some on there. Absolutely. In no side.
Yeah.
I like bad plane. Like a good plane.
What's these two different analyses here?
Yeah, so the first one is just our normal analysis with, 56 million, front load, you know, front loads different types of lifespans on assets. The second one is gonna be deferring some principal payments, for later years.
Okay.
So it's gonna make you have to borrow more, and so, but you don't, looking at 2 cent increase, and we're gonna at least drop, you know. I think it helps. The second would help on the increase, but since we're looking at doesn't make sense.
Because we're reducing the tax rate in addition to it, and that it doesn't make sense to do the second.
I don't think so, because you're borrowing on that first principal payment. It
Yeah.
increases the bond.
That's why I was like, why would you defer if you're still
Yeah,
going to lower tax?
Yeah, it's just a couple options that they.
Present, okay. I just feel funny. I saw two different plans here, I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'll
plan
bring that.
one is the one that we're going to cover. And I'll remind you that We have dropped taxes by 9.5 cents over the years.
What we do with the bridge,
Budget.
what we're starting with. Well,
Yeah, we're working on the budget.
Yeah, so on the growth of the appraisal district value, according to what I spoke to Mitch about, it looks like about 60 to 65% of the growth was in, and I say industry because it's a misnomer, right? Industry being heavy industrial industry. Then about 40 to 35% of the growth was, it's not classified as residential, but it's all classified as everything else, like your McDonald's, your houses, retail centers, even the Walmarts and stuff, that goes into the other. So 60% is paid by logistics and stuff that I think what he explained to me, like Capital Appraisal Group appraises for the appraisal district, and the other 40% of the growth was all the other stuff that's locally appraisal district,
Yeah, and you can see on the,
which is a big number. It was like 550 million of local, 1.2 million, 1.25 million of other industry growth.
yeah, on page 5 of this certified value, it says the Cambridge County Appraisal District, just a long sheet with everyone's, value. You can see the breakdown.
Yeah, there it is.
Local was, 500 million,
Yeah.
and then industry, 2 billion.
I was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, that is, and,
That
that's
is impressive.
what we've been striving for.
And he did clarify that he knows that I think, and Nathan, you worked on our 10-year plan, so I know that was about a year or two ago, but I think in year like 3 or 4, back then, we had a bunch of roll-offs coming. So we're still gonna see that probably next year or the year after. Is that right?
Yeah, I think from what the county's seen, your financial plan was as conservative as the plan, and that all the debt that you were able to issue, tax base, included the abatements that rolled on, but knew that. So with the new value the county's picked up last year, statewide, for the construction project, taxes, approach. I think it should be noted as you're looking at your certified values that it doesn't happen to every entity. Rosser County, the city of Mont Bellevue, in fact, lost value.
Oh, wow.
So they're gonna either have to raise taxes to provide the capital infrastructure plan that they had been looking at, or they're gonna have to provide less capital infrastructure projects to their residents. Interface county did more than they anticipated.
Didn't that go like from 40 million to 20 million in
Yeah,
proposed?
I think they proposed, they'd issue a intent to do $40 million in projects. I just haven't cut that.
Wow.
It's all $37 million.
So Nathan, looking at other entities around the state and city of Mont Bellevue, et cetera, what's your position of our financial position in Chambers County?
You know, I think with my public finance background and having a your finance. For a county of 50,000, one to have a 15 tax base, grow your tax base amount. Probably leads to probably enough. Maybe it was one large project, but not first projects. Bringing diversity to your tax base is also important. Versus one maybe $1 billion, $2 billion LNG project,
Right.
along the coast. So you are seeing a mix in growth. I think that's county's in a very strong.
That's Nathan Watkins for the record.
Or Brandon Marr.
Or Brandon Marty. One of the good things is, the money's on the west side, the tax base is on the west side, but we're able to use it all across the county, not just on the west.
One of the things that was surprising to me is it's been about 3 weeks ago, I started doing a very unsophisticated scientific study about our market value, our debt, not debt capacity, but our market value. And when you compare the county's market value to counties across Texas, if you look at population under that microscope of our county, it's a really skewed view. If you look at market value, we're having to provide services similar to counties that have 100 to 200,000 population. And we have, because of the fact that that's where you have to get in rooftops where most other counties in the state have the same market value we have, which was shocking to me. We're providing amenities for 8,000 trucks a day on the west side of town to come into the industry. What that does is loads highway. Our textile roads are full of rook trucks, and as you noted, one of the big items in here is Chambers Parkway, east-west corridor that we need to relieve traffic. Move our citizens east and west.
Safely.
It's just one of those things. I mean, that's 26 million. That's 50% of this CO is one road. It's a big number, but it's. I think Kilgore was before I was on board. It was probably the same way. It was a big project.
And we moved on it the same way. Getting to that point to get it done.
Yeah. That was one of my concerns. I want to make sure that if we do move forward with the tax, with doing issuing COs at this capacity, that we'd still be able to reduce the tax rate. I don't want to increase property taxes and to be able to say we've lowered taxes now. After this year, it may be 11.5 cents, Judge, or double digits over a 3-year period of lowering the tax rate in the county.
It's big. It's big for the homeowner. It's big for industry.
I was on a call yesterday with BJ on a prospective industry diversification of the county. If somebody wanted to come into the county, and they rant and raved about how attractive the county is for our low tax rate. They were just talking about how they were so attractive. They were looking at several sites across the U.S., a few of the HGAC region counties, and every time the conversation steered, it came back to Chambers County tax rate, our taxes, and how low our taxes are compared to all the other counties around.
And it's the amenities. You come here, you get the employees. There's amenities there for your new employees, and all the infrastructure projects, the quality of life projects. All right, entertain a motion.
So moved.
First by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice.
No.
Any comments, questions?
The only comment I have is the list itself, Judge. I mean, I guess is this list the final list of what we're doing? Is that what we're voting on?
Well, you can move around, you can move monies around in the.
Yeah, so this is the list that they based the bond on.
Do you send this off to?
I do. We talk about it, and we try to. What they do is add different categories to fit these projects in. But of course, if you want to change something, it has to fit a certain kind of category. So you do have some flexibility, and then dollar amounts we can.
But anytime we change something on this list, it has to come to court.
Yes. Anytime, like on the previous one, if someone says, "Hey, I got some extra money, I want to do this," you can come to court, so y'all can.
We just can't arbitrarily go take money from an item that's on this list and go do a pet project.
Right.
No.
That's not on the list. You can't.
But what I'm more so asking is, this is going to be the list that we send. Do we have to send it off to the AG to get approval, or do we have to get some sort of approval on the sale of these bonds?
Yeah, so that's what we'll work on now. Since y'all approved it, we'll work.
Oh, we haven't approved it yet.
Well, I mean, if y'all approve it, we'll work on with the folks in our bond council. They've seen the list, and they know what it looks like, and then it goes to the AG. They say, yes, this is good.
But between today and that point, we still have to come to court if somebody decides they want to add something or subtract something. I want to make sure this is the list we're using for right now.
All right, got a motion and second. Any other questions?
My only discussion item, Judge, is unfortunately, the only item I have is the generators on the issue. This has been a topic. I know Ryan's not here, but we discussed that during the. I discussed that with Ryan Hosapple during the storm a couple weeks ago about the mobile generators, buying mobile generators versus having a company on standby to bring these to the county, kind of like the major industry does, instead of investing in all this expenditure basically trying to work out a deal where we have these on standby, where in 24 hours we can have a generator delivered using the county versus spending $1 million on generator.
Yeah, I know Ryan's working on that too. He's talking to vendors.
It just makes sense to do it that way, look at that option, because it takes us out of the generator business and gets us with a service company that can serve us well.
I mean, the courthouse generator, I'm definitely think we need that. I mean, Mike Gafford was here, he probably would say, yes, absolutely, you want a standby generator on the courthouse. So I'm okay with that generator.
The jail, the courthouse, and there's some.
But the mobile generators,
Right.
you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600, about $600,000 in generators that I really think the court should look at options, enter in a contract for generator services versus buying generators.
I have a report from Steve Wood.
Pat, hang on a minute, Mike. Pass that microphone.
There it's on. I have a report I just got yesterday from Steve Wood, our generator guru. I haven't had a chance to go through it yet, but it'll be under evaluation, that report. And I should have something to bring to the table here in the next 2 or 3 days.
Thanks. All right, any other questions, comments?
No, if we approve this, Judge, and we decide to go with the generator contract, will we just not sell these bonds?
That money project. I would want to reach out to my guys to see if we can reduce the bond amount. So when do you think you might know, you might want to do something?
I don't know. Like I said, Aaron's working on it. We'll just make sure Aaron gets that, Ryan gets that report.
I definitely want to have that ability.
Okay, I'll reach out to them and ask them about being able to reduce it while we're going through the process. I know you can reallocate if you want to.
I'd rather reduce.
So let me reach out to them and I'll plan it today and I'll email all y'all.
Okay.
Today.
Judge, of the motion, can you clarify that we're using, the motions to approve option 1?
Yeah, we do need that, Commissioner Hammond.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Todd.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we got a motion second to go with option 1. Aaron, does that cover?
Yes, sir.
All right. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Aaron. All right, 2.2, discuss, consider setting a public hearing for the 2025 budget, August 13th, 2024, 10 a.m. Aaron.
Yes, sir. This is just a second public hearing. We'll have a proposed budget submitted for the clerk and then online, hopefully in the week, or I believe the deadline will be July 31st. In time for that public hearing, or required public hearing on the budget.
Entertained motion. Motion by Commissioner Gore,
Second.
second by Commissioner Dagley. Questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 2.3, discuss and consider call Parkhurst Horton LLP request to approve $400,000 supplemental invoice for additional bond counsel work for the Justice Center and county jail project financing work. Dwayne? Good morning.
We have Mr. I would ask the court if we can discuss the details of this item in executive session.
And we'll move that to session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Gordon Reyes, 3.1, discuss and consider adopting a resolution necessity for the acquisition of a, okay, let me finish reading. For the acquisition of 5-acre tract of land situated in E. Lopez League, abstract number 16, Chairman's County, Texas. Parking at the Elder Vegas Sports Complex in Winnie. Commissioner, you said you'd like to take that to executive session? 4.1, discuss and consider adopting a resolution of necessity for the acquisition of right-of-way for Daisy Lane County maintaining roadway situated in the Charles Tilton Survey. Abstract number 242, Chambers County, Texas. Good morning, Natalie.
Good morning. So this is in regards to an item that was brought during the last Commissioners Court session in an effort to try to clean up, I guess, the understanding of whom's over the right of way. Bobby, do you want to touch on it a little bit more?
Okay. Got a history lesson on this week. I can't wait from Mr. Wallace. So I hope, did he talk to you? Okay, go ahead.
He has. Daisy Lane was accepted into the road system in 2008. It had been maintained prior to that, prior to 1981, it had been maintained as a county right-of-way. We've just continued to maintain it, but we've had someone that says that we don't own it. And so I've talked to Commissioner Hammond, and we feel that the best idea is to go in and have it surveyed out. We'll set a certain right-of-way width. We will either get people to sell us the piece, donate the piece, or we might have to condemn part of it, because I think we might have to condemn part of it. And say if it's a 30-foot or 40-foot, it would be no less than 30, but it could be as wide as 40 feet. And so we will have it surveyed out. I have a quote ready for survey if this is approved. And then we will have TNP jump in, and then we will go forward with acquiring right-of-way for this road. And it will be a fee strip then once we get through, and there will be no question of who owns Daisy Lane.
Moved.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Mr. Dagley. Questions?
No, but I'll just state that Commissioner Wallace spoke extensively to me over the weekend and week about this. I don't know if you talked to him, Tommy, but he went back to grandparents and people that he knew owned that land and donated, get down the old boat dock that was in the road, and he had all these things. I said, you need to talk to Bobby.
No, he did. He said some stuff, and then I've got a quote from Chamber Surveying Mapping, who has all that stuff too. They have all the records. They've done several tracks along there.
Okay.
We had a file. We can't find the file now that had everything in it, but no, we've been maintaining it for years.
That's what,
Mr. Wallace owns property there.
Yeah,
he does, and his family's owned it.
Well, and not only that, his grandmother conveyed a right of way.
The strip that we're talking about.
Right, it wasn't as wide as this one, but it was a strip in there. Yeah.
That's right.
So people could have access to their property.
That's correct.
All right, any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. 4.2, discuss, consider accepting quitclaim deed Mount Bellevue Caverns LLC for 2.069 acre tracts of land situated in the William Bloodgood Augmentation Survey, abstract number 5, Chambers County, Texas.
Okay, so this is a track located off of Old Needle Point Road, which is now known as Gordon Spears Chambers Parkway. We've been working on this one for quite some time. I believe there's been a little bit of confusion on who ultimately owns the track. We've had our right-of-way acquisition team kind of work on this one. And just to give you a little bit of backstory, so we believe it's owned by Occidental. Occidental believes that they don't. There was a big lane transaction that happened at some point between Occidental to Enterprise, and this is just one of those pieces that may have been missed. Based on the tax records, Enterprise has actually been paying taxes to date. So after a lot of discussion and looking at these documents, we came to the conclusion that in order to move forward with this, we could go the route through the quitclaim deed. We did present this to Enterprise for signature, and when we received it back, just one thing to note is that it was signed by, the Mont Bellevue Caverns, which is our understanding that this is the entity that Enterprise does all their land transactions under. So I guess the question ultimately is, do we want to go ahead and accept this quitclaim to claim ownership of these two tracts that are located off of the right-of-way, or would y'all like to take this under executive to discuss with legal?
So moved, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gordon.
I want land for free.
Absolutely.
Sorry. No need to discuss. No, it's been an extensive decision. The court knows. I've been working on this. Is the Chambers Parkway,
Yeah.
Gordonsville Parkway, and they're going to sign it over to us. And both ownerships are not claiming ownership and said, "Here, y'all have it. We agree with what y'all are doing with the project, and take it." And I've talked to Nathan Brandmark, and he said the same thing. Yes, absolutely. Let's just take it. We're going down the road. So.
Okay.
So is there a pipeline belonging to Energy Transfer
Yes.
running through there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There is.
Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 4.3, discuss and consider purchasing 1.991 acre tract of land situated in Chambers County School Land Survey Abstract Number 321, Chambers County, Texas, from Angel Brothers Enterprises Ltd. for Gordon Spear, Chambers Parkway right of way.
Yes, so this is in regards to the needed right-of-way. We're in right-of-way acquisition mode. We've been in that mode for quite some time now. This is one of the first that we're just bringing to court to make y'all aware that, we're ready to move forward and schedule closing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions?
No, this is they received our offer and they accepted our offer.
Yes.
And pretty smooth transaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 4.4, discuss, consider adopting the resolution of necessity for the acquisition of the remaining right-of-way along Gordon Spear, Chambers Parkway.
Yeah, so unfortunately, not all deals are super smooth. We've gone out there and we've appraised many tracks, and this is just a formality, just in case, as we continue to try to move forward and doing these right-of-way acquisitions, if the need is there to start the condemnation process, this would be the first step, before we can move forward.
This is something Nathan Bradmore
Yes, sir.
has said.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions?
I'll say this, I applaud TNP and Natalie's office, Natalie's group, because I would guess, I think there's 27, 28 total
Yeah.
parcels, maybe, let's just say 30 parcels. I'm gonna knock on wood here, but I think 29 out of 30 or 99% of them are probably gonna just agree or settle with us. And there's just one out there that maybe is kind of an outlier, so that's strong for the fact that, there's a lot of demand for, yes, we want you to come, just pay me a fair price and for agreeing. I mean, it's
Yeah, well,
great.
it's kind of value, increase the value of their property.
Yeah,
Everybody wins.
it is. I'm impressed by it, and I will say this: it's also the kudos to, like I said, TNP. They've been doing some good negotiations on it.
All right, any other questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 4.5, just consider entering into consent to encroach on easement agreement with the Coastal Water Authority for construction of Gordon Spear Chambers Parkway Canal Crossing. And
Okay, so this is an agreement between the county and SEWA, the Coastal Water Authority. Just basically, before we can get our permit, we have to sign an encroachment agreement and basically outline, I guess, their expectations and things along those lines. I've had legal review over this. They're okay with the agreement as presented. Once this is executed, we'll be one step closer to getting our permit. Finally.
Second.
motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Hammond. Go ahead.
We are moving towards a permit here.
Yes, we are.
Are they going to make us wait till the gates are installed, or have we talked to them about that?
They haven't said yes or no.
Okay.
I still need to get this agreement signed. I did touch base with Gulf Coast. The gates are in, so we should have those installed here soon. So we do need to re-engage that conversation and say, we have the executed agreement.
Okay.
Where are we standing now?
And I know it's not good news, but I will tell you, I've talked to other, I will say other landowners and districts and municipalities within the south of Interstate 10 dealing with SEWA crossings. We're not the only ones that are taking a long time to get our permits. I'm glad to see this moving forward. This is important to get done.
Yeah.
Thank you, now.
Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank y'all.
Economic Development Tourism, 5.1, discuss, consider submitting an application to the U.S. Department of Transportation, Safe Streets and Roads for All program in the amount of $350,000 to develop a comprehensive safety plan for Chambers County. Good morning.
Good morning. So the U.S. Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads for All program provides grants for implementation, planning, and demonstration activities as part of a systematic approach to prevent deaths and serious injuries on the nation's roadways. This means safe roads and streets for all travelers, so passengers, drivers, whether in a vehicle, on foot, on a bicycle, or in a wheelchair, anyone using a roadway in our community. And most importantly, reduce the number of lives lost in traffic crashes. This program will fund development of a comprehensive safety plan for Chambers County. The SS4A program supports the U.S. Department of Transportation National Roads Safety Strategy, which was released in January 2022 after over 42,000 people lost their lives in 2001. The strategy identifies how to work together to reduce traffic deaths in our nation. The plan is to reduce motor vehicles related fatalities by 66% by 2040. The NRSS has partnered with several entities and organizations nationwide to collect data on what is needed and how to successfully address it. And it's our request, in light of the rapid growth for not only the resident basis of Chambers County, but also the transportation footprint. I'm requesting permission to submit an application in the amount of $350,000 to this program that will allow Chambers County to hire a contractor to assist the development of a comprehensive safety action plan. The amount was developed based on a market research and informal conversations with organizations who have worked on this type of grant in the past. If awarded, we will hire an A&E team to facilitate the development of the plan. Grants management will be handled in-house. The $300,000 will cover the study and plan development with $50,000 set aside for a development of a demonstration activity. The grant is 80-20 match. So if we apply and we receive the $350,000, the grant will cover $280,000, and the county will be responsible for $70,000 of that cost.
This is Maria, for those of you who haven't met Maria.
Hello, Maria.
Is new to my department as of January.
Good
Her
morning.
first grant that she's leading the charge, and I'm kind of super be kind to her.
When do you think we might know if we'll get
Usually 6 months, so it would be first part of next year.
the match money?
We should.
Yes.
We should.
Yeah, so this program is really neat because it's something that Commissioner Hammond actually sent over to us. But it's a neat program because it establishes a multi-year funding mechanism for projects. So the first step is applying for this action plan that would evaluate all of the data, transportation data associated with Chambers County, identify ways that we could really develop a comprehensive program that not only builds safety mechanisms into our roadway, but incorporates education for residents. This program and the U.S. Department of Transportation really places a lot of responsibility on drivers and those who ride cyclists so that they understand they play in keeping. Once you submit this application, say we're awarded, we develop a plan, then the following year we can apply for money through the program and have a better chance of receiving funding to actually incorporate some of these plans that we have, these action items. Kind of a neat program. It'll roll for a couple more years, and then I expect it to be from there.
So it'll identify roads that really need the safety.
Some safety
Safety.
mechanisms. So areas that there's a lot of foot traffic, a lot of cyclists, which I know is important to us in lieu of obviously, but every injury and
Traveler.
death on the road. This would help us to identify those roadways, especially high pedestrian, high and identify, you know, some different mechanisms to incorporate as we develop, to help reduce the impact, those negative impacts. Question?
Yeah, it's a question for Aaron. So if we remove the generators from the CO, could we replace it with this and actually have somebody there do some work? You don't have to answer now. Think about it.
I'm just wondering, I think it's a great idea with the plan. And I love the stair step where we can go and apply for grants. I'm hoping this will also set us up to apply for sidewalk monies, et cetera, with the HGAC and the TPC.
Yes.
Because being on the TPC, that's all I'm hearing about right now is shovel-ready projects or having plans ready. And here we are, fixing to be completed with our Chambers County Thoroughfare Plan.
Mhm.
And then we go out here and we get a safety plan, a movement plan.
Right.
And we combine those two, and we can go to the TPC now and say, listen, here's a bunch of projects,
Right.
and here's also some safety projects. You know,
Yeah.
and actually a two-pronged approach: go to the federal government for money, but also the federal government sends the HGAC funds for these exact items as well. So we can have two chances and two bites of the apple, so to speak.
And we'll utilize information from that thoroughfare plan as well, so we're not going to reinvent the wheel. And I think, you know, a lot of times I hear, and I know you guys hear too, all we do is plan. The problem is we've never had plans. And it's hard to believe that in 2024, a lot of the county has never had any long-term planning or identification of prospective projects that are developed to a shovel ready. And I've been in this job 5 years, and a lot of identifying grant projects, it's based on an internal database that I've developed and managed. So planning is great because you're using data combined with projections of growth and growth patterns and population movement patterns and things like that to identify, preemptively construct projects that positively impact people in ways. But you're right, having this hard data behind us always makes us more competitive for a grant. And there are less and less guaranteed grants nowadays, whereas usually we would get allocation. Not happening as much anymore. Even seeing litigation or going to competitions. Conversation with our contract manager the other day about that. So anytime we can have data at the ready, projects that are even 20% design or relatively shovel ready, that's going to make us a lot more competitive. And I think we go back to kind of listening to y'all's conversation earlier about debt to income ratio, and one of the things that our auditors always talk about is one of the strengths of our financial position is the fact that we leverage grants so successfully that we're able to reduce the burden on our taxpayers for a lot of projects through grant funding. We're paying pennies on the dollars to complete projects. So anytime we can, again, give ourselves a leg up, it's really a great thing.
Entertained motion.
Move.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Bagley.
One of them and seconded by another one.
I didn't even want to get involved in it, so it's all fine.
All right, any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 5.2, discuss, consider approving the selection of a contractor to perform construction activities for proposed emergency services building partially funded by TDHCA grant. Sam.
So we went through the bidding process with help from Georgia's team. As always, Tom's here to answer questions. This was, we went through the process, of course, and scored everybody equally. It's hard to overcome a $1 million difference. This bidder was, literally $1.1 million lower than the closest bidder. We did do our due diligence. Tom did call them, make sure that they included everything in the bid, that they stood by their numbers. You know that I am tough on people, and I always say, make sure your bid's accurate because we're not going to be doing change orders. If you forgot something, you will pay for it yourself. So people love when I have that conversation with them. But again, you can't beat $1 million difference. They scored well. They were the highest scoring in our review anyway. So we're just presenting this to you guys today for selection. Tom's here to answer any questions about the nuts and bolts of it. If you would like to talk to him, if not, whatever you want to do. $7.1 million.
It's not the big pack.
No, we scored after the deadline for the court, so I wanted to go ahead and get it on the court for approval. I did email y'all that, but it was 7.1.
No, I've seen it.
And who's the contractor?
NNT. And we've worked with them a lot in the county and had a good relationship with
They did
them,
a good
so.
job.
Yeah, they've done a good job.
And they were very responsive to the questions that we had, because we were, I mean, as always with grants, we're on a tight timeline, but we had about 24 hours that we needed to get them to answer some questions before we felt comfortable coming to you guys and making that recommendation. But we're very pleased by the price, very pleased by all of the bids. They were well below what we thought they would be, so that's always exciting. But again, NNT for 7.1, I believe.
Wasn't that estimate almost over, 13 or what was
It
it?
was about 13, 14. There are some other items,
There's 3 items, not.
Tom with TNP.
Sorry. So there are 3 items that we put out at early packages so that the county could procure those, maybe to save some money and time. And those 3 together will probably be somewhere about 3/4 of them, about $750,000. So that normally would have been in the bid number. So when you add the 7.1 and about the 750,000, right now we're working with numbers and budgets. So you'd be somewhere around probably 7.8 to 7.9 total construction cost.
So we need to approve up to 7.9?
We just need you
to
to
Yeah.
approve selection of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then so once you approve selection, we'll start the contracting process with George and Ashley and kind of.
So estimated cost for the whole project, when we look at construction costs, fees, hard cost, soft cost, all that, we're at right at 11 million. That's with almost $1 million for contingency, owner contingency, and then that's before any VE. So we expect that number to wind up somewhere closer to just under 10 million. Gonna be our goal. And we have 10 million budgeted, so, for the project.
Aaron, you got a question?
$5 million.
And
That's correct.
we'd allocated 5.
So we're working under, with the grant, there's some strings attached where we're supposed to be complete by the end of October of 25. So we're working toward that, to try to accomplish that. If that does not happen, then we've been working with Patrick and Kobe to get approval from the state to give us an extension of that past October of 25.
But the bid included a total of 300 total working days, and that was calendar days. 360
Working
calendar
days.
days, not working. Because that was one of the questions that we had.
Well, well, it says working days on here, so you did clarify
That's-
that.
We clarified that.
So
yes.
here's, right, so we set this up as a working day contract.
Yeah.
And I did call NNT as we go through the evaluation process and talk to them about that, because for a project this size, that seemed really high, and they admitted that they thought that was calendar day, not working day. Because if you use calendar day, then that really ends up being closer to like 16 months
Work day, if you just work.
of calendar day
I got you.
there. So I told them we can't change it because all the proposals have been submitted. That's why we had to score it. So now once we go into the contract, preparing contracts and bonds and insurance, then they said they'd sit down with us and we'd go through that date. So we're going to work on that. Our intent is to, because of the time constraint that we have to get this project complete because of state requirements, is we're going to take the next couple of weeks to get the bonds and insurance and contracts executed with the schedule is to start construction August 10th. That's our current schedule that we're shooting for. We can try to still get this by.
Just for the audience here and whoever, there's 4 bids. 2 of them were roughly 8.4 million. One was 8.1 million, and NNT was 7. No, it wasn't part of the bid package. I want to read that into the record, just make sure that there was 4 bids.
And we're happy to provide that information.
And I'm thrilled that it was 7.1.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
That was just I'll challenge Sam's department, P&P, $10 million our budget. And that's what I want to spend and no more. So whatever we can do to get that FF&E down and the other ancillary items down, that's what we definitely want to hold true to that $10 million.
Okay.
You let NT know, and I'm sure the commissioners feel the same way.
Absolutely.
That's great.
So that could be hard to back into that number. And we'll certainly work to that.
Yep.
There, because when we've gone through this bidding process and we tightened up the plans, we went back through that process, and as we've talked to everyone, there's not a lot of meat left on the bone, so to speak, to cut out there because of what we did with the interiors and some of the reductions that we've already made. What would be your suggestion of trying to find 1.2 million out of that?
We're gonna start working on we've got that CMAR guy coming in, Chris coming in to look at it, and we'll get it all worked.
Okay.
I think we might.
Feel pretty good about it.
Entertained motion.
Tom will be.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Those in favor? Thank you. BJ out there? Morning, BJ. 5.3, discuss and consider renaming Chambers County Logistics Terminal LP 2014 Reinvestment Zone. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This is another in a series of renaming efforts to be consistent with the requirements for Chapter 312 related to reinvestment zones. In preparation for the next agenda item, the request is to simply approve the order that renames the Chambers County Logistics Terminal LP 2014 Reinvestment Zone to the Chambers County Logistics Terminal Reinvestment Zone number 1.
Entertained motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? I have 3. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 5.4. Discuss and consider setting a public hearing August 13, 2024, 10 a.m. regarding the renewal Chambers County Logistics Terminal Reinvestment Zone number 1.
Yes, again, consistent with the renaming, the request now, the Chapter 312 allows for the reinvestment zones to be renewed in 5-year increments. So in preparation for entertaining the reinvestment zone of the project for building number 12, which has been presented to the court, public hearings required to reestablish. And it's titled number 1, just for edification. The original 520 plus acres that Chambers County Logistics Terminal owned has been expanded. So at some point when development moves to the new acquisition, if you have additional property that purpose purchased, that will be a new reinvestment zone going forward.
So this doesn't reestablish the boundaries.
No.
It's the same.
Same.
We just took the date out of it, which is the state requirement.
That is correct.
So we had to clean that up.
Clean that up,
Take the dates out.
Yeah, and there have been several that were entered into in 2019 as they come up for
I got you. So moved.
Second, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, BJ.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioner.
7.1, discuss and consider approving payment to PBK Architects for architectural design work for the Chambers County Anahuac Library in the amount of $202,675.
Yeah, good morning again, Judge, Commissioners. So after a couple of meetings and a couple of robust conversations, I think we've got PBK satisfied and settled. This basically, I guess it all boils down to the fact, so the Justice Center could not include the library. PBK had already performed all the design work, background investigation, geotech, etc., for the library, and then basically, I guess for lack of a better term, were left under the shade tree on the monies they were owed. This the latest meeting we had does keep PBK as the architect involved in the project.
Questions?
No, been a lot of discussion on this, so, some of it positive.
I feel like I need to, we're making this payment to get this project to fruition. We did not engage PBK. Americas engaged PBK years ago. Attorney General recommended us pull out that project. The drawings are done, and in order for us to move forward with this project is to make this payment. This is not the total payment. There's some other monies out there that they can invoice us for construction administration items and other things, which is still to be negotiated. We are gonna discuss that probably this week. I think we talked about that on the call with PBK. We've had some, I'm just gonna call them heated and pointed discussions with PBK. And I'll go on the record, I'm just not a fan. Well, I know Mike knows that. I'm hoping this project goes smoothly for all of our, for PBK's sake, because of some of the miscommunication and just quite frankly the dialogue back and forth. And hopefully with PBK and us, we can move forward and have a successful project, because Mid County needs a new library, and this is going to be a wonderful thing. And I don't want it to be a sore subject while we build this project. So this is a tough pill to swallow, but it is what it is all I'm gonna say.
And it was, the thought was to go with PBK because they designed the Winnie Library, and they already had that design moved over to PBK. All right, entertain a
So
motion.
moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any other questions, comments?
Or, $4 million we got.
Yes,
To build the library, correct.
I made that motion out.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 7.2, discuss and consider approving change order number 6 for the new West Annex number 2 from Formative Structures in the amount of $42,858.56. Mike?
Yeah, this is, a lot of this is additional owners revisions that we've made. There's some IT additions that had to be made. And then some of this is continued additional windstorm related items.
Questions?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Hearing no questions, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 7.3, discuss, consider approving a construction manager at risk for construction of the new Anahuac Library.
Yeah, after a very extensive and I believe thorough review, we had 9 applicants,
Yes.
9 sealed bids. Our recommendation would be to go with CAI or CMAR on the new library. That is Chris Gant's group.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any questions?
It was kind of interesting to see that many applicants put in for that job. So,
Absolutely.
and there was some really, really good folks in there. So, unfortunately, we only get to pick one of them, but, definitely a good candidate for future projects, so, without a doubt. It was hard to rate all those guys. So glad to see that. Glad to see that much interest
A lot of good participation.
in Chambers County.
Yep, no, I agree.
And just let the commissioners know in the court, though, we do have the evaluation sheet on our website.
at 9 quality people all up where proposals and selection process done yesterday. Evaluation.
Thank you,
We'll
George.
be on the website. So people can see it.
And I'll concur with him. With Tommy, it was a really good to see some new faces to the bidding, well, to the CMAR group and how that looked and as our going through the process, George and Mike, I mean, it was a learning experience. We all know that, but I'm happy with how it turned out. It was a good discussion, and I think I'm really impressed with some of these applicants that applied, and I'm hoping as we move forward in the county, we do more projects with respect to CMAR, and because there's a lot of good competition, and that competition drives price down. We're all obviously seeing that with the building and other things, and that's a great thing.
That's right.
So, excited about it.
All right, got a motion second. Any other comments, questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 9.1, discuss and consider securing access to the abandoned pool at 8106 Laurel Lane, A-Town, Texas.
Sorry, too short for this. Good morning, commissioners. So I sent the photographs of evidence of the last inspection that I had taken. We had the complainant was worried about the fact that the house is abandoned. I do have a picture taken today. It does show there is a lock on the outside of the door, access to the residence itself, but not on the gate itself, which I also provided that picture to you for review. Once again, they're just concerned because of the fact that it's not locked and the pool is uncovered, that somebody, especially a small child or pet, could gain access, and they want to avoid any accidents before they happen. And we did review the Health and Safety Code chapter where we have the authority to pursue these nuisance abatements and such, and it does give us the authority to secure at least the gate or cover the pool if that is what we feel. We did also speak to Ashley and Nathan about this, and they said that the county could at least lock it. It could be the quickest and easiest solution to this. So we ask that if it's not possible to have it covered, to at least be able to place a lock on the gate. Of course, we would have to speak to Ashley about the legality of what happens when the owner wants to access their own backyard and there's a gate on there placed by us. But we have not had a response from the owners, and their mailing address is for that physical sign. So I'm unaware if they just don't get it, if it's not. I don't know.
Property taxes are paid.
Yeah.
Which, using an abandoned house, you don't pay your property taxes, so is it just lack of response y'all are getting from the office?
Lack of response. The complainant had mentioned that, from what I understood, they were living there at the beginning of this year, and then just recently, or when we got the complaint, they had moved out prior to that, and then just had not really taken care of it.
So we lock it, then we put signage up saying, contact Chambers County if.
To remove.
Is that the recommended course of action from the attorney's office?
I would, especially now that it's this issue. Either locked or it's easy to, not like we're going in the covering their.
I mean, I think the county making this step would show that we at least took the liability from us and our duties.
Exactly.
The property owner is still gonna be on the hook for what may or, God forbid, happen.
Absolutely.
But we're taking all necessary action to make sure we secure this pool.
Exactly what I'm.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
And that's exactly what we want to.
Just make sure we're exercising our full
Mhm.
rights.
Yes.
Do we have that right?
In
I
the
mean,
Texas.
honestly, do we ride around the
Yes,
neighborhood and see
Texas-
whose gate's not locked that has a pool?
Well, we have that right because we received the nuisance complaint from a complainant, which when we receive a complaint, we are required to perform an inspection about anything that may complain about. And as long as there is no signs posted that we are not allowed access and access is available, such as in this case, the gate was unlocked, and I have pictures from the very initial inspection I did that there is no gate or no posting on that property that did not allow us access to the property itself. And then in the Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 343, Section 6, it defines the nuisance condition as far as the swimming pool is concerned. And then later on in that chapter, it also speaks on what we as the county have the authority to do, which is either cover the pool or lock the gate.
And the answer, no, we don't drive around.
Oh, no, we don't drive around. No, it only came to us because of the fact that we received a complaint.
And a motion. Not everybody wants. Second.
I'll second the judge. I don't wanna get in the habit of, there's all kinds of questions I have, and I don't wanna go down rabbit holes with Ashley and it's, if our lock fails and something happens, are we gonna be liable? I mean, there's just so many things that I just worry about, at what point do we have some owner responsibility? And now that we're notified of the issue, I know we have to correct it, right? And I think that's what I hear you saying, is if we were never notified, it's not our obligation to do it. But since we're on notice, the prudent thing to do is to lock it. So that's why I made the motion.
We don't have to.
Yeah.
But I think I can all the time that I've this is the first time someone has had.
Okay. I mean, I know all the time we have nuisance complaints with high grass and weeds and abandoned homes, and we gotta go address those, and I guess this is no different. I just, it's just shocking to me that they just left the gate.
And also, sorry to interrupt, also to note that the nuisance condition only applies if as far as the authority that we have, it only applies if the swimming pool is located in a neighborhood, such as this in the subdivision. So if it's, off of a back road somewhere and somebody, we really technically, we would have to verify what authority we have, but it's only because it is located in a neighborhood.
And this subdivision has a very proactive HOA, and I'm just curious if you guys have reached out to the homeowners association to ask if the neighbors, if there's anybody with the HOA that knows this homeowner, or are they having issues as well?
I personally do not recall that I have had contact with the HOA. I would have to check if, so this was an anonymous complaint, so I really can't go back and ask the complaint if they reached out to the HOA. In the past, when we have citizens that live in subdivisions such as this with an HOA, they do tend to go that route before contacting us. Yeah. Or then even the HOA will contact us if they don't have any luck, or if they're having trouble contacting the owners or having anything done. Usually they'll say, we're having trouble. We need the county to kind of help us and get this moving.
So you reach out to the HOA, try to get a good address for these folks?
I have not done that because we always go by what is listed in tax records and appraisal district, because typically that is the current.
Well,
But will you do that and let them know what we've got?
I can do that, yes, sir.
If you'll reach out to me after, I have this is in my precinct. I attend this HOA meetings regularly. I have a really good relationship with the board of directors and the president association. And I would really like to put them on notice to assist your office and get in touch with this owner, and at least notify them of this issue if they don't know about it.
Yes, and we can also post a notice aside from the one with the gate. We can also post something on site saying, Chambers County Environmental Health. That way, if the owners go back to the property at any time,
they know about it.
I had been told by the complainant that just the neighbors around there actually maintain the front lawn. So that's why that's mowed. So if you see the backyard doesn't have too much grass per se that could grow, but if you'll see it is a little, the weeds are a little overgrown.
All right, got a motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Dagley. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 9.2, discuss consider nuisance abatement at 222 Orman Road, Hancomer, Texas. Go ahead.
So with this one, I had visited the site on the 11th of June, and I spoke with a gentleman that was residing there, and he stated that the property belonged to his grandfather who had passed approximately 2 months ago, and that they were in the process of moving out. And he had stated that there would be people coming out with trailers to haul away the metal, the appliances and whatnot. This complaint had started back in March, 18th of March. I was not the first one on it. That was Darla. I was on maternity leave at that time. And so when I came back, surprise. And then Commissioner Gore was also aware of the situation. He had reached out to our office requesting, what the status was and if there's something that could be done. When I did that inspection on the 11th of June, because that gentleman did mention that he would, they were in the process of getting it cleaned up, we had provided them with additional time to get it cleaned up. But it has not. This morning, as of this morning, I still went out and observed that the washing machines that are in the picture, I didn't go to the back today, but everything in the front was still there. And then before submitting it to court, I had also done an inspection just to see if it was still the same. And I had also tried to knock on the door, see if anybody was home. Nobody came to the door. I do believe somebody was still residing there at that time because the window unit was running. And during those days, we were having a very big heat wave. So if you're living there, I'm sure you're going to have the AC on. So we've had the same issue in the past where the property, we have the complaint, we already followed the typical process, which send them nuisance violation notice. They don't respond or they don't do anything about it. We bring it to court. Now, the issue we've had in the past is because there is someone living there. How do we go about actually removing the said property?
What are you asking today?
To approve abatement with, and any suggestions on how we can actually go about.
Is it the removal of all the washers and dryers, or is that how you would abate it? Just remove those? I mean, I'm just curious if you go in there and you take a bunch of washer and dryers and he's parting these out and it's a small business and I just wonder, I mean, I guess we've notified them. We gave them every opportunity to clean it up. They know it's an issue, right?
Like I said back in June.
Did he say what he was doing with all this stuff?
No, sir. He said that they were just cleaning it out because his grandpa had passed away, and that they were going to move from that location themselves. They weren't going to live there. But like I said, as of the last time that I had gone out there, the AC was running, which leads me to believe that somebody is either living there or had the AC running for some personal reason.
Yeah, I think there's calls on it, so. Ashley, what was you saying?
I know that the shop is go onto the property, but I don't have a suggestion what to do with that property.
Well, we can abate the nuisance like we do others, and then put a lien against it.
You have the authority to go on it, but I don't really.
I guess my question was more so, do we have the ability to throw it away or do we have to store it? That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah.
If we gotta take it, abate it, and store it somewhere
Not
for a
worth
certain amount of time before it's claimed, you know, but if,
I don't have the answer
I
to
don't
that
know,
question
we-
because we haven't
We
had
can
that.
look, I don't think so,
yeah, I mean,
but we
we-
can look.
Have we seen
Yeah.
a certified letter?
Yes, sir. We always send a certified letter and a regular uncertified letter. So if they don't sign off on one, they should get the other. I believe in the Texas Health and Safety Code, it does state in the abatement section what we are allowed to do, and I believe we are allowed. I would, of course, Ashley would have more knowledge on that. I believe it does say it's just in the past, we typically tend to stay away from accessing a property if someone is living, whether they own it or they're, there by any other means. But typically, if there is someone on the property living there, we tend to stay away from.
I know there's no issue with going onto the property. Just what we want.
So you wanna table it and let Ashley do some more
Yeah,
investigation?
can we work up some type of policy on that?
We have picked up, if you're on the road, the sheriff department will, we tag them, road bridges tagged them in the past, give a tag to the sheriff department, have a contract with a wrecker, they pick them up and they take them to a storage yard. And then the people are notified, hey, here it is, it's in the storage yard, I don't know what happened to it after that. Now, on property, we've done abatements, but that's usually when nobody's there and it's horrible shape. We just gone in with a track hoe and we just completely cleaned them down to nothing.
Yeah, and abandon's one thing, but when you go onto somebody's property and they're living there and you start telling them how to live, I think that's out of our boundaries.
what I'm struggling with.
Me too.
That's what we always have fun with.
And I understand the whole situation, but, if somebody's living there and that's the way they choose to live, I don't know what we have to say about that. I know what I have to say about that. Live however you want to.
So that's the reason that, like I said, we brought it to court was one, because I know that we do have the authority to go onto the property, but as Commissioner Dagley stated, what to do with everything that is removed. And then also, we would need clarification on who would actually be accessing the property to remove the stuff. Are we going to contract it out, or is one of our departments going to do it?
I don't want to remove it, then you vote not to.
If that's
If you want
the,
to decide, you can decide that. It's not that we have to. What she's presenting now is asking you want to move forward as an abatement or not. Don't want to be, say no, that's okay.
I think if we table it.
You just get into,
Yeah, let's,
you just get into one man's trash, another man's treasure.
That's right.
I don't wanna, you get on there and you take somebody's stuff and then all of a sudden it was some sentimental value or he was gonna part it out and you get down
Something
this.
Yeah, but it goes back to, that's what her office is there for.
I understand.
And I get calls all the same type of stuff, and the neighbors, expect us to do. And it is difficult and it's a fine line. I think we need to come up with a policy, I think we need codes, say from your office, work with Ashley's office, and the sheriff's office to come up with a policy before we make a decision.
We need to figure it, and I think Tommy's absolutely correct. There comes a time when it's something's visually not appealing, right, to the community. And at what point is government's role to step in and solve that problem? And I'm like Tommy, I mean, look, don't tell me what color I can paint my house. Don't tell me how, I get it. You live in an HOA, maybe they have the right to do that. But if you're not in an HOA, you're not in the city limits that has certain requirements, and you're in an unincorporated county, I mean, there's a fine line in going on somebody's property and telling them what they can and can't do and how they can live. And I just don't think I can.
and that is the fine line that we confront.
And this is not
Often.
a dangerous nuisance where there's grass growing and there's animals and rodents. That's a different story, right?
they may be living in.
You're right, but we can
Yes.
cut the grass, we could abate that nuisance and cut the grass, but you're not removing stuff from the property. This, from the pictures, this is an actual,
Going property.
this is storage stuff of materials on a property, and I just think that's
Yes, the times that I have personally conducted the inspections, the property, as far as the lawn has been upkept to their best of their ability.
And you've been in contact with this.
Just the one time on the 11th, and that's what he stated.
Can we get, Sean to our
Environmental health officer.
get him to go by there and speak with us?
I can ask him now whether or not he is able to make contact with him. Well, that's,
If he doesn't, he can leave a card, ask him to contact him.
we can also go that route.
Yeah, I would try to be extremely diligent, working it out, and getting the homeowner to give us a plan to see if they plan on rectifying it, or if they don't, why they don't plan.
So, and the reason also, there are cases that we have that are prolonged a year or so just because it's back and forth. They say they're going to do it. Well, we have to take them at their word and believe them. And then we go back and they didn't fix it. But, it's because it was raining. It's because, once and everything. Now, the reason that we also, as far as the nuisance process, once we send the second notice or once sufficient time has gone by, we can present it to court for abatement. You don't see me here that often because there are, like I said, it depends on the situation. It depends on, we also have to use our discretion on what it can and should not be removed. But one of the reasons that we did bring this up to court was because we had Commissioner Gore reach out to us saying that he had several of his citizens also reporting to his office.
Can you get with Sean, get him already sent to this gentleman? Explain the situation. We don't know what the situation is with their grandson or maybe their name. We don't know what his financial means or anything. I get Sean to go by there and talk with him.
Okay.
And then I'd like to see him work with Ashland Sheriff's Office for us to come up with a policy procedure that moving forward we can put on court and prove to address these types of issues.
And we could adopt it into our nuisance abatement policy that we already have.
And he may say, listen, I don't want all this stuff here, I just can't afford to remove it.
Yeah.
And then we have a decision to make as a county.
Well, I mean,
do we move it? Do we lean the house and get reimbursed there ourselves,
I know
right?
plenty of people that will go pick it up and haul it from scratch.
For free, yeah, without any cost to the county.
And I think that's what we should work towards. I mean, if he needs assistance, let's work with him.
help him.
Yeah.
And that I believe would be also because we do have several citizens in the past where they say, I do want to get rid of it, but I'm elderly or I'm disabled or they have some reason or something that prevents them from physically doing it themselves. So if we could, even if needed, if it has to go through court and we get bids, or we can just reach out to, the local salvage people that can pick it up and take it off as long as the owner is
I think we can get it.
aware of it.
All right, let's table 9.2.
Yeah,
Thank
we had the same one on 565 that we've been dealing with forever.
Oh, and it's still there.
And I drive past that 2-3 times a day.
I don't know if you noticed, but
it
was, I don't know if you noticed, but it was overgrown very badly at one point, but now they did a little path.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But
Horrible.
they
Thank
just
you,
live
ma'am.
like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, consent. Precinct 4.
Just comments on a couple items, Judge. 1922. This is us just accepting in the warranty deed. I want to just note for the record, this is for we closed on the land adjacent to McCullum Park for the expansion and future boat ramp. That's us accepting that special warranty deed. I'm so excited now to say that we actually own that land. And 1923 is the actual accepting deed modification showing we had the deed restrictions lifted off that track before we closed. One restriction, the restriction that prevents us from having park use, and we can use it now as a boat ramp. So I'm extremely happy with 1922 and 1923 that we finally say we own that land, and we are going to move forward with plans to create some more amenities in that area. So that's all I got, Judge.
All right, precinct 3.
I'm good.
2, 1. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed, the motion carries. 10:56, we have 2 items We're taking back to executive session 2.3, 3.1. And then also personnel, discuss and consider personnel issues 20.1, 22, sell and purchase of real property, and 23, FMLA extension. So at 10:56 a.m., we will recess to executive.
Judge, I think you went
All right, court come to order after executive session recess is 2:06 PM. Go to 2.3. Discuss and consider McCall Parkhurst Horton LLP request to approve $400,000 supplement invoice for additional bond counsel work with Justice Center County Jail project financing.
Motion to approve McCall Parkhurst Horton LLP request for $400,000 invoice for unforeseen scope of work items in relation to the Jail Justice Center for items such as the Historical Commission, litigation support for the TRO, and the Attorney General opinion that would.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley. Second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Hear none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
And if the Aggies win, I would like to come back and see the results.
You're welcome.
Take care.
You say when they win or if they win?
Hey, counselor, ain't happening. Ain't happening.
All right, 3.1, discuss, consider adopting a resolution of necessities for the acquisition of a 5-acre tract of land situated in the E. Lopez League, abstract number 16, Chambers County, Texas, parking at the Elderville Sports Complex in Winnie.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions?
Yes, sir. We have a willing seller. This is not a eminent domain. We're gonna take his property. We have someone that we are negotiating in process with on property. This is just part of the process to, in case we needed to purchase this property. But we do have a willing seller.
All right, any other comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Nothing further to come before court. 2:08 PM, we're adjourned.